hell have you done?
Scarlet, please, sit down.
Sit down! Do you think taking my children's going to stop me?
Stop you from doing what exactly?
Where did you take them?
This is far more important right now.
More important
We
than...
need stability. The country needs stability, and this act provides that. Work with me.
This country needs its freedom. Michael wouldn't have agreed to this. He's the one that started this act, and he did it...
Michael is dead. This country is a far different place than it was 3 years ago, Scarlet. There's rioting in the streets, for God's sake. We need tighter security now more than ever. People on our doorstep want to hurt us. I can't allow that.
That's not your decision to make. The people need to know that their government is lying to them, and you can't threaten me into silence on this.
You can't see this right now, but you don't have another choice here.
Charles?
Open the file.
Knowing what I know now, would I do it all again? Someone gets hurt either way, I suppose. But I did what I thought was right at the time. That's all anyone can do, isn't it? Mullen was terrible at remembering to lock windows. I wonder if he ever realised his role in all of this.
No floppy disks detected.
Keycards were beginning to restrict everyone's access. Having the correct level of security clearance was important.
Steve, the fuse box for Charles Bowman's office is playing up.
Steve and Dan were on patrol that evening. Both good men.
What, again?
Don't worry, maintenance are going to be on it first thing in the morning. If it trips again, just leave it. No need us running up and down the stairs every 10 minutes for a false alarm.
If they caught me up there, I wouldn't believe what I was doing.
Okay, roger that. Makes my life easier anyway.
That's not me telling you to take a break, Steve. You still have a job to do.
But I had no intention of being caught.
Yeah, of course. No problem.
I'll be in the lobby if you need me.
People were still researching union law. Too little, too late. The guard patrol was quite loose at the facility, at least before all of this. They wouldn't be back anytime soon. Sounds of the bloody 60s, 70s and today. Jingle would plague me for months afterwards. He would have understood. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just telling myself that, but he would have understood. Everything I needed was on that cartridge. The fate of a nation in ones and zeros.
You have 2 new messages. Message 1.
Charles, I had a look into the security concern that you were asking me about, and it turns out you might be onto something. So, don't do anything rash. Give me a call. Let's talk about this, and yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Bye for now.
Message 2.
Charles, it's Michael. My guys down here are getting pretty agitated about this whole Alex thing. Last time we spoke, you said you had it all sorted, and I'm not pointing fingers or anything, but maybe we should have a meeting tomorrow morning, just discuss this, or, yeah, I don't know. Just call me first thing.
End of messages.
Girl, you're gonna need some ammo.
The Silhouette server housed hundreds of files on the Union Act, immigrant families, voting preferences, you name it. I missed a phone call from Michael that night.
We must have just missed each other's calls. Not to worry. Look, I'm heading across to the Meta Center. Apparently there's something to do with one of the servers malfunctioning. I'm sure it's nothing too serious. Anyway,
again soon. Okay. Love you. Bye.
Should have. I wish. At that very moment, our lives changed forever.
Steve, I've had a security alert. I've paged you the location. Hello? Hello?
I didn't want security to see me up there. They were already on edge from the server blowing. I made my way downstairs. Fire exit was the only route out. That green glow was my only focus now. Once I was out, there was no way back in. The events that transpired next were out of my control.
Oh, Mrs. Carson, it's you. I didn't expect you to still be here. I'm going to have to report you in the system. I'm sure you understand. Shouldn't you be leaving, Mrs. Carson?
The air smelt thick with something burning that night. Protesters were getting worse. even before what happened. As I walked further from the facility, I almost forgot how bad things were. The canal was always so peaceful. I remember someone listening to music on a canal boat. Funny. It wouldn't be safe to be out there now. The walk home usually helped me clear my mind after a day's work. That night was different. I was thinking about Michael. That he'd be sat at home waiting for me, that had so much to talk about. The pre-Union Act was tearing the city apart. It wouldn't be long before the whole country was rioting. At the time, I didn't feel like I could make a change. I didn't have a voice.
Hey, alright, how you doing? I best get on. Speak to you later.
The only way to stop the act from happening was to do something more radical, something, you know. I often wonder what he would have thought of me. I miss him more than you can ever know. He wasn't supposed to be. I didn't know. If I knew I was going to lose Michael, I'm so sorry, Michael. I just didn't know. That's why we're doing this.
Not a great deal can be
That's why
said in
you're
favour of
doing
the
this.
past two governments' policies when referring to the UK's outlook on foreign relations. For a second time, the public opinion poll has shown dissatisfaction and, dare I say it, contempt for the way that the PM has handled the country's affairs of late. More money going out. I've said this 100 times, I'm sure, but so sorry for your loss. A toast to the man and the memory. I imagine you'll need to take some personal time. That's fine. Just take what you need. I'll handle everything on my end. I know you and I see differently on a few things, but this is a time for solidarity, not turmoil. Well, perhaps with all that's happened, we can finally work together. Deal with things head on. Nobody could have seen this coming, Scarlet. You mustn't blame yourself.
Harvey Miller, do you ever answer your phone? I've finished editing the introduction to the Bowman Carson piece you sent me. It's good, but I think we can do better. Alex Dubois has claimed that he wasn't at the facility at the time that they say he set off the explosion. He also says the phone records from the night prove it. Apparently, Detective Holden has them. Anyway, your first meeting is tomorrow. Find out everything you can. The phone records are a good start, but I have a feeling there's a bigger story here. Anyway, get some sleep and I'll be in touch tomorrow. Harvey, your first meeting is with Carla Berman. Get there an hour early so you have time to look around and gather questions for your meeting. Follow any leads you can for the Miller report. Good luck and don't trust anyone.
Hey man, I'm just a girl standing in front of a guy asking for loving.
Mr. Bond, we meet again. This time you won't defeat me. I'll kill you before you can escape. There's no way I'll get caught while monologuing. I make an awesome movie villain.
You talking to me? Huh? You talking to me? Oh, jeez. Mr. Miller, is it? We weren't expecting you for another 20 minutes. Not a problem at all. Welcome to Bowman Carson. My name's Steve Crow. Apologies for the protesting outside. I hope it wasn't too hard to get through them. If you don't mind, can you place your briefcase down on the conveyor belt there so I can check it for you? Okay, great. I just need to check through it. Sorry about this. Second. Right, this all seems to be in order. Here's your ID badge. If you could just follow me to the security desk. Great.
Oh, there's no other land for me. Damn it, he's got that song stuck in my head.
Ah, Mr. Miller. We didn't expect you so early. Let me just print your agenda. Give me a second. Your first is... speak of the devil. Carla, this is Mr. Miller from the Turing Post. You have a meeting today, I believe.
Yes, of course. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Miller. Is it that time already?
No. Mr. Miller is just fashionably early.
Good. For a moment I thought I was running behind. I'll be ready in my office for our meeting as scheduled. I have to run, I'm afraid, but we'll speak soon. Thank you, Dan.
Righty-o, Carla. Right, here's your agenda.
I've drawn this thing about 30 times.
Great.
Why don't you read that over and put it in your briefcase for safekeeping?
I suppose that's everything from me. If you need anything further, you know where I am.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, Steve.
Hey, listen, about the...
It's fine. What are you up to, anyway? You got a busy day?
Yeah, you could say that. Oh, hey, Dan's been going on about some email about your password or something?
Oh, not this again.
What's going on?
Oh, it's stupid.
Really? I don't know what it's about. Just that it's a security risk or something?
Only if you're flippin' psychic. Honestly, it's getting to be a joke.
Why? What's going on?
It's basically, my password is written on one of the items on my desk. Nobody would know that, though, if everyone would just stop talking about it.
Oh, I see. What's the password?
I'm not telling you, dummy.
Hey!
Anyway, what are you up to tonight? Are you coming to the pub with us?
Maybe. I can't really afford a king payday, so...
Doors closing. Doors opening.
Please insert token. Hello. You've reached the Lost Property Office.
Yeah,
There's nobody
bad,
available to take your call at the moment. For any inquiries, visit Gemma Hughes in room 103 on floor 1. Alternatively, if you know which locker your possessions are in, please bring the relevant access card. Thank you.
Everything dated the 10th of the 4th, 1987, the day of the attack, has been boxed and archived and still needs reviewing. The phone records were particularly interesting to me. I've looked through about 20% of all the files I've collated as of yet, and I'm not sure exactly how much more I'm going to find. I'm certain I'm onto something big, but I fear it's going to take me a lot longer than I have to find what I need. leading up to the night of the attack. Now, I have to ask. You said that your husband and Charles Bowman drafted the act. How was Michael involved in this? Take your time.
As far as I knew, Michael was the one dealing with interviewing the immigrants. He usually did most of that, but apparently the workload was getting bigger, so I guess Bowman stepped in to help.
How is it that you didn't know about it? Didn't your own husband tell you about it?
It's not exactly big news, at the time anyway. People don't discuss every little detail in their day, do they?
Are you saying the police reports are wrong?
I'm saying that security in that place is tight. It wouldn't be easy for someone to be in there undetected.
Mrs. Carson, if you have some information that might aid this investigation, then you need to tell me now. Otherwise, I'm well within my rights to have you arrested for withholding.
I'm saying the facility is precious about its information protection. Every call or movement, every interview or meeting are recorded for security purposes. The information we both want is in there somewhere. We just need to find the taped evidence.
Okay. Where do you suggest I look? Okay, so can you please state your name for the recording?
Yes, Scarlett Carson.
Again, thank you for coming in. Hopefully we can clear a few things up.
Have you spoken to Charles Bowman yet?
No, he's quite hard to pin down, but we will be, I assure you. Is there something I should ask him when I do?
No, I was just curious as to what he may have told you about me.
Is there something you need to tell me?
It doesn't matter. Sorry, you have questions, I'm sure.
Mrs. Carson, please try not to worry. Your words count on their own merits, so just try to be honest and this will go fine. Well, I suppose a good place to start is with Alex Dubois.
Yes.
Could you please tell me about the last time you spoke with him?
Sure. The last time we spoke was in my office at the Bowman Carson facility.
And what was the nature of this conversation?
It was about his family. They'd been detained in our Dover facility and were awaiting deportation. I think he'd been to see Charles. Sorry, that's Charles Bowman. Charles had told Mr. Dubois that he would have to appeal for his family's return with the relevant paperwork.
And how would you say Mr. Dubois was handling that information?
Well, obviously he was devastated, but it's much worse than that.
Hello, Mr. Miller, how are you doing?
Harvey, I've been going through more of Alex's interview tapes. I found something quite alarming that seems to have been very quickly dismissed. He says his keycard was stolen earlier on the day of the explosion. He said he tried to log it with Carla Berman. I'm not sure how frequently she leaves her office, but if you can somehow gain access, you may be able to find evidence linking her to Alex's keycard.
You alright, Mr. Miller?
Hello, Mr. Miller.
Access denied. Please enter PIN.
I hope you're alright, Mr. Miller. Oh, I can't wait to get out of here and go bloody fishing.
I am Marlon.
You alright?
Okay, that was something.
Please enter PIN. Code denied. Please enter PIN. Code accepted. Access granted.
minutes now.
Everything I know with here and now, 'cause I know son of a gun.
No floppy disks detected.
What on earth are you doing in here?
No floppy disks detected.
A number of people could have that information. In my department, I'm afraid. Mark Leonard, Miriam Chapman,
Or perhaps Alex DeBron.
probably.
So, couldn't he have erased that information? Assuming that it was erased.
Perhaps. I don't know. Not without someone knowing about it. I think Michael knew something wasn't right. Somehow he knew the company only worked when he and Charles were together. As things got busier there, I think the signs started to show.
What makes you say that?
2 years ago, Michael and I were writing our wills together so that our kids would be safe if the worst happened. Michael decided he wanted to hand over his shares to me. I've never told anyone this, but Bowman thinks that he's going to get the controlling share over the company. Obviously he's not. I wonder what people would do for that kind of power.
That is very serious, Scarlett. Are you suggesting that Bowman could have caused this to happen to gain control of the company?
With every ounce of me. I hope not.
But you can't be sure.
Like I said, I have no proof at all.
Well, proof is where I come in. I think I have everything I need for now. Thank you for the time you've given us. We may be in touch again as more information comes through.
Do you have the authority to search that?
We already have.
So you have evidence?
We'll be in touch if we need anything else.
Yes, thank you. We're currently circling above the Bowman Carson facility, and I can tell you that the atmosphere is tense. Whatever your political view, whatever your upbringing, people from all over the country have come here to show that their voice is still heard.
Please enter PIN. Code accepted. Access granted.
Steve, find Mr. Miller and tell him in no uncertain terms, we don't accept foul play in the Bowman Carson group. Steve, find Mr. Miller and tell him in no uncertain terms, we don't accept foul play in the Bowman Carson group.
Oh, can't wait to get out of here and bloody fish. You alright?
Hello, Mr. Miller.
Harvey, I just received an anonymous fax. Do you know where the Turing meeting room is? It seems as though Alex Dubois may have hidden some information in there which proves the Bowman-Carson group are intentionally inflating figures based around the Union Act. If you're able to find the evidence, it may help inform the public about what the truth is here. I'm sure Carla Berman may have a thing or two to say about those figures, since she's the one spreading them in her print media. Anyway, let me know what you find.
Carla, 10 days. 10 bloody days. How the hell could you have kept this from me? I swear to God, my family are going to be deported because of you, and I could have done something about it. Why the hell didn't you tell me? Why the hell didn't you tell me? This is your fault. Everything that happens next is your fault.
Hello.
Mr. Miller, your meeting is in 10 minutes. Don't be late.
J.D. Taylor. Not much is known about this reclusive painter. Born and raised in Europe until the age of 16, he moved to the UK with his mother and two sisters. His abstract work commanded much respect with fellow artists, and he was alive for over 20 years, until one early morning in July when he announced his retirement from the art world. This shocking news left most bewildered as to why, and most of his pieces quadrupled in value overnight. Taylor made several appearances at art exhibitions over the next few decades, yet never released another print again.
Oh, I can't wait to get out of here and bloody fish. Hiya, looking sharp, Mr. Miller. can't wait to get out of it and bloody fish. Hey, alright, how you doing?
Ah, hello, Marlon.
Hiya.
Hello, Harvey.
Mr. Miller, quick reminder. You have a meeting in 5 minutes.
Slatting buckets, mate.
Please enter PIN. Code accepted. Access granted.
Hello, Mr. Miller. Please come in and take a seat. So I gather you've got some questions you'd like to ask me. I'll do my best to answer them. Shall we begin?
Is that what he said? That his keycard was stolen? Well, I don't think there's any way I could confirm or deny that for you, Mr. Miller. I'm not even sure what that would have to do with me. I don't believe it was stolen, so it would be futile for me to try and answer that. We were all responsible for our own key cards and security logins. Actual keys aren't used in this part of the building. It's all very cutting edge, so anything like that would have been solely down to Alex. That just seems like conjecture to me, Mr. Miller. It sounds far too convenient to say that he logged it as stolen on the day that it happened. If that's true, then where did he log it? At what time? Wouldn't security know about that? I'm sorry, but it's all a little too convenient for me. I don't remember that at all, I can assure you. That email must have gone through to my inbox just after I had the chance to see it. I believe that your research is accurate, I honestly do, but there's no way of knowing now if it was filed. Honestly, it's escaped my memory and all of the records were destroyed in the blast, so... It appears that he might be, at least about that, but I ask you, what does that really prove? Or that he was clever enough to cover his tracks before he committed a terrible act of terrorism. You may find this a hot topic for your book, Mr. Miller, but I'm not convinced at all. I would be careful who you share this information with, Mr. Miller. A vendetta against him? Well, that was blunt, but honestly, I'm not surprised. I wondered if you'd bring this up. It's rather troubling, but Alex and I never seemed to get on. And on the night of the attack, he threatened me. I didn't want to make this publicly personal, but it looks like he has anyway. Yes, he left me a voice message. He was very angry about something, and he took it out on me that night. I have no doubts in my mind that that man is guilty of everything they say he did, and I'm frankly amazed that anyone would stand up for him. No offence. Well, you have done your research. I feel bad for what happened to Alex, I really do, but I can't be held responsible for every little action taken. It may have sounded like Alex was the victim, but I can assure you, I felt very threatened by his message. You heard what he said. Everything that happens next is because of me, and we all know what happened next. Well, you don't sugarcoat your words, Mr. Miller. But tell me, what do you think about it? No, I suppose it doesn't. But I'm not here to defend my actions, Mr. Miller. Anyway, you heard the tape. I think it speaks for itself. Well, I don't envy you your job. Shall we move on? He thinks I'm lying. That's not really news, Mr. Miller. I think anyone in the country could have told you what Alex thinks about what we do here. He has a twisted view of things. Out of curiosity, what is it he thinks is so bad about the act? Well, this is getting far-fetched, and I suppose I'm the one lying to the country. Don't answer that. I'm sorry, but I have to deal with this kind of accusation day in and day out. I guess it's an occupational necessity. If by propaganda you mean the important work I do here, then I'd ask you to be a little bit more respectful of the current political climate, Mr. Miller. We are very thorough with our work here, so I'm sure whatever you think you found will be easily cleared up. I make the posters and advertising materials, but I'm not in charge of the figures that make them up. For that, you'd have to speak to someone like Chance Crow over in the Meta Centre. Let me ask you something, Mr. Miller. You've heard the protesters, you've seen our work here. Do you believe the Union Act is good? Well then, perhaps I can simplify it for you. Alex Dubois blew up a part of this facility because he wasn't patriotic enough to see what the country needs. In doing so, he proved to us and everyone else that what we do here is needed now more than ever. I mean, whatever figures you found, they don't change the facts. We have a problem in this country, and there are a small few willing to do anything about it. We are the few. I believe in what I do, and I do it to the best of my ability. You can write that in your book. Passionate is a good word for it, Mr. Miller. What would our country be without it? He says he wasn't in the building. Well, I don't know how he'd be able to back up that claim. The police found him not too far away from here, that's true, but it was within walking distance. He could have easily got where he did in time, and there's a whole bunch of other evidence. I'm sorry, I just don't see how he thinks that's going to hold any weight. Like who? No, I don't think so. I think it's quite cut and dry. I can't imagine someone else over in the Meta Centre doing it. They like to sound like they know what they're doing, but most of them are incompetent. I know for a fact that some of them use their room number for their alarm code, for God's sake. Does that sound convincing to you? Alex was the only one who really knew what he was doing, and anyway, it's like I said, there was more evidence, wasn't there? Well, for example, the argument we had the night of the attack. Alex and I were having a heated discussion that night. I know that's somewhat anecdotal, but to me it's as good as gold in terms of evidence. Wouldn't you agree? That must be a mistake, surely. I was sure... Maybe now that I think about it, I mean, that could have been earlier, perhaps. So, he was calling from outside the facility? It's hard to remember that night clearly now, but there it is. Does it really? I mean, it just shows that he could have just... I don't know. Well, I don't know where you got those phone records, Mr. Miller, but I'm not sure how they can help. I don't think I've anything else to add on that point. Nothing comes to mind. Did I? Few things around here probably still use keys. It's outdated if you ask me. You won't find anything in the facility that uses them, though. Our security protocol won't allow them. But I think the older areas still have the old-fashioned key and lock. No? Marlon Thornton, the cleaner, he's the only person who uses them for stock rooms and locker rooms, you know. Oh, that reminds me. If you're over at the Meta Centre later, you should take a look at the old Victorian baths. They're going to be knocked down soon, so you should take a look there before you go. No? They're just quite nice. I tell you what, I'll ask Marlon to open them up for you later on. If he's got time, then they'll be open for you when you go and have your meeting with Chance Crow. Anyway, Excuse me, what? I didn't say anything about an alarm code. Oh, I'm sorry, I think I must have misspoken. Everyone in the Meta Centre is very careful with their security. I wouldn't... well, let's not dwell on that. No, it was another office. Can we please move on to a different subject, Mr. Miller? Don't you have something about my work that you'd like to ask at all? OK, Mr. Miller, that's all I've got time for, I'm afraid. Can you please see yourself out?
Hi, I'm home.
I'm not going to change your mind on this, am I?
Molly, you'd better be in bed when I get up there.
Coop, will you talk some sense into your husband, please?
Well, I'm staying out of this one.
Right, on that note, I'll see myself out.
You and Carol still here for Sunday dinner?
Don't forget to pass that folder on to Sarah in the morning, okay?
Wouldn't miss it.
Well, Mr. Miller, thank you for being so respectful of the rules in our facility. You wouldn't believe the amount of people we have to tell to leave staff-only areas. I hope your meeting with Miss Berman was productive. Your next meeting is with Chance Crow very soon. Feel free to take a wander around in our gardens. I'll be waiting for you over in the Meta Centre when you're ready to begin.
Right. I know most people couldn't be here today as it's the weekend, but I just want to thank everybody who was able to make it in. I guess I should start by saying that we will not be intimidated, that we will not stand without a fight. The people who stand against us, they don't want change. In fact, they fear it, and they won't stop until we fear it too. I'd also have to say that...
Oh, not this again.
Yeah, sorry. I have a letter here from Mrs. Foster. Many of you may have known her son, who was sadly lost in the attack. She writes, My son was many things to me, and to those who knew him best. A loving brother, a good friend, and someone to make you laugh when times were at their hardest. I do not know all of you the way my beloved son did, but I like to think that all the things I saw in him, you also saw on a daily basis. Aaron wasn't the only person to be taken in that blast, but he is the only one I can talk about with any certainty. And that is to say this. He died knowing that every one of his colleagues will not let his death have been in vain. That the family he raised will not live in a world devoid of the presence of his actions. That his deeds whilst alive will live on through all of us in his death. And that we would not falter to do justice to his memory. To the memories of all the families affected in this terrible time. I do not know all of you the way my beloved son did, but I think fondly of you all, and I cherish the kindness you've shown our family in our time of need. Kindest regards, Jennifer Foster. Now, if we could all bow our heads, we'll observe a moment of silence.
Photo was taken the day before it all happened. How fragile a life can be. It can all shatter in an instant. The server room that held all the information, destroyed. If only it had been that easy. Was caked to every surface. It was hard to see anything. There were no obvious paths to take me to where Michael had been found. What was Michael even doing in there? He shouldn't have been. He should have come home from work, put Molly to sleep, and we should have been eating a curry on the sofa with a glass of wine together. Looking back at where I started that night, I should have come back here to prevent it from happening. So close. I asked myself that 100 times. I've been through every scenario. What if things were different? What if I made different choices? I couldn't understand it at the time. How would it come to this? We were talking about the future. That seems so stupid now, doesn't it? There's no way I could have known. This would hopefully help me find my way a little better. Lives lost. James, he was round for dinner with Amy just 2 days before all this happened. Andrew, separate from what's in the basement. He'd cry out for help as Michael would pretend to be a tiger stalking them. Entire floors torn into one another. Was found in. Did I cause this?
No magnetic data found.
Lives ruined. Torn. They woke up that morning, went to work and never returned. Michael's towels still sat on the floor where he left it. Can't bear to be pick it up. He should be the one doing it. I always told him to clean up after himself. He never listened. Some of the security was still engaged. Trapped. Doors were blown out. Pushed and clawed my way through. I had to see it. I had to see where climbed. A nail, it tore my jumper. Can you believe it? My husband was found in the room next door, and for a split second I actually paused to care about a torn jumper. Trapped. No exit. And they said all the metal was burning hot. Did he suffer? It's the not knowing, isn't it? It really haunts you. The Silhouette server. Somehow it survived the blast. The irony of it wasn't lost on me. Pulling the cartridge out took me back to that night. The deep thud. The loss of power. Loss of hope. much to bear.
Apparently, security is tight in the meta center, so your second meeting might be a little harder. Try and give yourself another hour to prepare if you have the time. Alex Dubois worked for Chance Crow, so find out what he knows. Don't let me down.
Shouting for hours. Scarlet, I'm scared. What I wouldn't give to see my baby girl's first tooth drop out. Look, I don't want to end on it. I think Charles Bowman had some role in this. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't want to believe that this could be true, but please, just go and speak to him and find out what you can. I don't know how to say goodbye. Just give the kids my love, and I'll pray I'll be with you soon. I love you.
Harvey, as you know, we've had lots of people calling up Gale and claiming they have information on who caused the explosion at the Bowman Carson building. We had one just a few minutes ago, which seems to hold some weight. A family member of one of the workers killed in the explosion mentioned that they were at a tour this morning where you are right now. Have you seen any evidence of this? If you can find any evidence at all of a cover-up, please keep it with you. Again, it seems very conspiracy theory, but you never know. Chat soon.
When these blooming politicians keep prating on about making England great again. Cuts left, right and centre for us workers and blaming it on foreign folk.
Yeah.
I lived in a town where it didn't matter where you came from, 'cause you only fit in if you chipped in. There's no bloody benefits in a bloody mine. There's hard work, and that's your lot. If these toffs took 10% less money than they do now, it's a heavy topic, Steve. How many drinks have you actually seen Robbie? And you know what? If you don't want to touch you, then put down your bloody big house. You know what I mean? Quiche. That's what I want. All them nice cheese. Half the words we use every day. All them artists what you see on TV. I don't mean to preach, but it was really hungry in a tower moon. You know. I'll catch you later.
a sign you look nice today. How's it going?
Oh, I'm sweating buckets, mate.
Mr. Miller. What are you doing here? No,
Doors
I
closing.
don't want to.
Doors opening.
Hello, Mr. Miller. How are you doing?
Not sure if it's anything else, but I'm just checking something out.
Is anyone... Okay, that's weird.
I hope you're alright, Mr. Miller.
Harvey, in one of Alex Dubois' interview tapes, he mentions that every computer in the Meta Center has an encrypted document called Silhouette, which can be used as a key for something. I didn't quite follow what he meant, but I believe that it will be a good starting point to open some leads. Try and get onto a computer and print a document called DSC. Once you have the document printed, fax it across to me. I'll be in touch if I find anything else.
feathers, man.
Hey!
I am far too attractive to be a voice actor. Hey, Mr. Miller.
I didn't fire Scarlet. For God's sake, don't bring her into this.
Well, we've already spoken to her. Are you worried about what she may have said?
I have to say, Detective, these are cheap tactics. Like you said, I'm used to being on that side of the table.
Okay, that's fair. But you must admit it looks very suspicious from the outside.
Well, that's the benefit of being on the inside, isn't it? I don't need to speculate because I know my staff.
Just like you knew Mr. Dubois.
Scarlet isn't involved.
And yet she tells me that she knew Mr. Dubois, that she spoke to him 1 week before the attack.
Well, that's nothing out of the ordinary. He worked here.
But she spoke with him about you. About the last conversation you had with him. Apparently, Mr. Carson was supposed to deal with his case, wasn't he?
Look, Michael and I shared workloads. That's nothing out of the ordinary. Work picks up in one department and we share the slack. I can't see why she would have felt the need to mention that.
You're the godparent to her children, aren't you?
Where's this going, Detective?
So,
Do you mind if I smoke?
go ahead. So, let's start at the beginning, shall we? What can you tell me about Alex Dubois?
What would you like to know?
Well, perhaps we should start with how he was able to gain access to a restricted part of your facility and detonate a device killing several people. I know you're used to being on the other side of the table. I get it. The quicker you give me what I need, the quicker...
Look, Mr. Dubois was difficult. Well, you've read the papers, you know the stories. I'm not sure you're going to get anything useful from me.
But you knew him. You spoke with him beforehand.
As an employee, yes.
Indulge me, Mr. Bowman. Pretend I know nothing.
Please, call me Charles.
Well, we have it on record that you spoke with Mr. Dubois 1 week before the incident. However, when we looked, we couldn't find the interview session with him.
Well, it should be there. We log all activities without question. Perhaps you should speak to Sarah Smith in accounts about it.
Well, we did. She told us the same.
Well, there you have it.
You have no idea where it could have gone?
This is as worrying to me as it is to you, I'm sure.
You still haven't answered my question. How did Mr. Dubois get into a restricted area?
The police report said that he probably stole another worker's keycard.
Whose?
I have no idea, I'm afraid. He was a member of our tech department, and he was a very skilled employee, so...
Don't you find that a little convenient?
What's that supposed to mean? What exactly is it that you think I have to do with this, detective?
Look, you detained and then extradited an employee's family and then denied him the right to see them. What exactly did you think was going to happen? Perhaps not this, but you had to expect something, surely. Did Mrs. Carson see it coming? Is that why you fired her?
How do I compare thee to a summer's day? What's that, Skippy? There's a boy stuck in the mine? How do I compare thee? How do I compare thee? How do I compare thee to a summer's day? He's talking to me. Huh? You talking to me? What's that, Skippy? There's a boy stuck in the mine? How do I compare thee? How do I compare thee? How do I compare thee to a summer's day?
doing?
Now he runs like I can't see him.
Opening. Doors closing.
Hey, I know someone's in here. What's going on? I don't have time for this. I gotta get back to work.
No floppy disks detected.
Uh-huh.
Floppy disks detected.
Hello, Dan.
I got code to build.
Didn't want you.
You have 2 new messages. Message 1.
Yes, my name is Alistair College. I'm with the United Advertising Board. I've been talking to Miss Carla Berman from your facility, and she's contracted us to install 14-foot high billboards for public awareness. However, we're having a few problems opening the file she sent us. There seems to be some kind of encryption or security measure that we're not familiar with. So if we could try and arrange some kind of meeting or some kind of contact with yourselves to figure out a way to amend this situation. I'm currently out of the office myself. It appears you are too, so I'll contact you again. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Message 2.
Hi, Chance. Gracie and I were building a fort under one of the desks in your office, and I didn't clean it up, so you might want to take a look at that. Sorry to dump this on you. Bye.
End of messages.
you doing? Sir, you can't be here.
Opening. Doors closing. Doors opening. Doors closing.
Hello, Mr. Miller. Right on time. I don't know why you want to talk to me, but I've been told I have to accommodate you. I do hope you have something interesting to ask. This is Miss Allison Whitworth. I'll be translating for you if you have any questions for her. Shall we just get on with it? You want to ask me about Carla's answer machine. I have no idea what you're... That means nothing to me. Oh, what do you need to know? Sounds ominous. Has Carla done something wrong? From the night it happened. Right, that is something. Listen, between you and me, Allie's one of the good guys. Try not to involve her in something bad. Fine. I'll ask, but don't push it. What do you want me to say? Nice and simple. She says no. Just that. She's telling the truth. Obviously, she didn't hear it either. Yeah, no, she says it was definitely broken, so there was nothing to hear. No, she would have said. Are you trying to find out what the answer machine said or something? Oh. And is she? A little backhanded, if I'm honest. I'm not sure I approve of your technique. Shall we move on? It's a piece of software. We call it Digital Shadow Casting. DSC for short. Silhouette is its working title. Sorry, I know not everybody talks nerd, but do you understand technology, or you want me to elaborate a little? Sure. It installs a background OS that copies any and all information used on a computer. After a certain amount of data is gathered, or after a certain time, the data is packaged and sent to the Silhouette server in the basement, where we collate and serialize the data however we'd like. We have an algorithm that can highlight pertinent tagged matches, commerce, economics, political values, home living, etc. We sort it all and then macroanalyze the nation's preferences. It's pretty amazing, really, and we're the first company to make use of the tech. What did you think we did here? I mean, really, it's all written in black and white. The Union Act, Mr. Miller. The country is about to vote it in. Well, yeah, a part of it, sure. You'd have to read the Union Act for yourself. I'm not a lawyer or a politician, Mr. Miller. It's not something I'm happy getting into. It's all legal. The Union Act is a contract. If people want it, they vote for it. Other than that, I just do my job and try to keep my head down. How so? That's because they're focused on immigration. They really shouldn't be. I mean, we gather information on people in the system. If they're not a part of the system, if they don't have a national insurance number, there's nothing to gather. It's just common sense. You can't crunch the data if you can't gather it. But the Act is so much bigger than that. You read the news and everyone thinks we're... The immigrant problem is just a small byproduct of the Act. Processing data is what it's really all about. And the Silhouette is how we do that. Trust the news to completely miss the point. That's a very crude way of putting it. But that's the basic idea, sure. We're not getting away with anything. We're doing our jobs. Speaking for myself, I'm not here to school the mob outside on what I do for a living. I see them every day, screaming, shouting, hurling objects at my staff. They can't be reasoned with. They can't be made to understand because they've already made up their minds. And the newspapers haven't cottoned on either. It's not my fault. And it sure as hell is not my problem. I'm saying I'm not responsible. That's very different. Now, shall we move on? I'm not sure if that's a question or... Well, people are scared of things they don't understand. That's all. I think the key thing to take from this is that if you want to make the country better, then you can't be frightened to offend a few minorities. It's the best way I can put it. What doesn't offend them? The most common thing I hear is that people are going to be kicked out of the country. Now, I can't help that from happening, so I try to avoid letting it affect my work. But I hear it over and over, like No one wants to admit the border control problem. Let me put it like this. You leave your window open in your house one summer's day and a whole bunch of flies come in. You try to remove them, but the flies are coming in faster than you can get them out. Do you want to keep trying to catch the flies, Mr. Miller? Or do you perhaps want to think about shutting the window? I shouldn't have expected you to understand, Mr. Miller. What's Bowman's role in all of this? Or what's Bowman like as a person? That's what you really want to ask, right? Well, I'm not going to get into details, but he's basically the commander-in-chief. If it wasn't for him, none of this would be happening. All of the software, all of the Union Ag promotion, it all starts here. Charles Bowman created all of it. Well, yeah, sure, but I don't want to talk about that. After, well, he died in the explosion. I'm sure you know all of this. But Bowman was the one who really held it all together. His company's grown exponentially since he took over, and we're all grateful. Well, enough not to want to tarnish his memory, Mr. Miller. Next question. I do. I'm basically second in command now, so I have a lot of responsibilities. The company has a more singular set of goals now, and I'm happy to be a part of that. About the company? Sure. I wouldn't be very good at my job if I didn't, would I? Well, in short, I think, hang on. What do you already know? You haven't spoken to Charles Bowman yet, am I right? Jesus. You're trying to get me to say something that'll get you a better answer in your next meeting, aren't you? I should have known. Very good, Mr. Miller. Very good. I'm not biting, though. Yeah, sure. And I'm just sat here giving you ammunition. I'm not even gonna entertain that one. Let's carry on with something else, shall we? Try to ask relevant questions, please. About the explosion? Well, pretty much what everyone else knows about it. I don't really know what you want me to say. You must know everything that I do. I was having a smoke in the courtyard. Luckily, I wasn't close enough to the blast, but I saw the whole thing. Probably in her office. Room 105. Anything else, Mr. Miller? Well, nothing. We weren't allowed back into the premises for over a week. Even then, only a handful of us were here to make sure things carried on running. The police were still here, and a detective was snooping around. I couldn't do anything without someone watching over me, or telling me to log what I was doing. Whatever they found, they didn't share it with me. I read it in the paper like everyone else. Some kind of bomb, I guess, on the gas lines. At least that's what the news said. We have a report of the official findings downstairs somewhere. Don't you believe me? Yeah, basically the gas line. She says he wrote some kind of code that overheated the servers, she thinks. He was a talented coder, much as I hate to admit it. He found out that the servers were close to a gas line that came from an external propane store and, well, you know the rest. What? Where did you get that? I thought the police had taken all of the archive data for their investigation. So, the servers had been overheating for almost a year. How was this a thing without me knowing about it? Right. So, couldn't he have been making them overheat for nearly a year? Isn't that the same thing? He wrote some bad code and waited it out. I don't see how that's any different. Either way, Alex found a way to blow up the servers and get vengeance for his family. Ah. Okay. I see your point. So, then maybe he... I can't wrap my head around this. I know Alex did it, so this must be some kind of... I don't know. A moment ago, you were probably wondering if I did it, weren't you? Look, I can't talk for anyone else, but I don't know what to say. This changes a few things. Are you just trying to catch me out? Or do you actually care about this, Mr. Miller?
Excuse me, Mr. Crow. I need to have a word with you.
Can it wait, Dan? I'm in the middle of something here.
I'm aware of that. That's what I want to talk to you about.
Right. Why are you here? Right. It's come to my attention that you may have been collecting sensitive information in that briefcase of yours. I'm gonna need you to hand them over, please. I'm gonna pass them along to Charles Bowman, and when or if you have your meeting, he can decide what he wants to do with them.
Steve, please take Mr. Miller's belongings over to Mr. Bowman's office.
Sorry about this.
Oh, and we'll also need that dossier of yours. Right. Well, Mr. Miller, it seems as though this meeting is over. I'll look forward to hearing what Charles Bowman has to say about what you've been up to. Get him out of my sight.
Right, Mr. Miller. Let's go.
Keep it down, Charles. You wake the children.
I don't see what you're going to achieve by keeping your share. Why not just sign it over to me? We both want the same thing here.
We don't want the same thing, though, do we? You don't mind if hundreds of people lose their home in the process?
Yes.
No, there's no grey here. There's a very clear answer.
I don't believe that.
Charles, voice.
I don't believe that. What are you going to do when there are protests calling for this company's dismantling? What will you do then? Oh, maybe you always wanted this to fail. You're risking jeopardizing all of Michael's work. You always resented him for working such long hours. If he wasn't trying to get the changes you wanted in, then he'd probably still be here. Look.
Get out. Mr. Miller, it's Scarlett Carson. Don't talk, just listen. We've not got much time. Get yourself into the IPA building. There's something I want you to see. I'll explain more when you're in. Hello, Mr. Miller. You may have guessed already, but I've been following your investigation throughout the day. I wanted to get in touch sooner, but I could never find the right moment.
Detective Holden, the time is 5:30 p.m. on June 17th, 1987. They say Alex Dubois entered through here on the night of the 10th of April. Daniel Hilburn informed me that security was busy locking up in the Bowman building for the night, so he had the building to himself. Alex's claim is that he can prove he wasn't using his keycard in the building that night, and that he was there for a meeting with Sarah Smith, the head of the IPA. If I can locate the record, that at least gives me a bit of evidence to work with. Alex claims that Dan always keeps a copy of the safe code written on the back of a coupon for gardening equipment close by to his desk, so let's see, shall we? Ah, yes, this is something. Okay, I've located the document and will fax it. Now, I should probably place this back where I found it.
No floppy disks detected.
I'm sure you've heard enough about Alex Dubois by now. I saw him earlier that evening. He was acting very erratic. He wasn't doing himself any favors. It was far too believable that he could have done it. I hate to admit it, but even I wondered whether Alex was capable of doing something like that.
Detective Holden, the time is 6:45 a.m. on June 20th. Something was troubling me last night, so I wanted to get an early start. I interviewed Alison Whitworth yesterday, and it seems as though something was being held back. We were communicating through Chance Crow, the department head of the Meta Center, who I have yet to interview. However, from her posture and hesitant responses, it seems as though the full story wasn't quite being told. This led me back to her office at 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning. Oh, I'd better be right on this one. Detective Holden, the time is 9:23 a.m. on June 20th. I've spent the last few hours looking at all of her work, and at a glance, it looks like a repair shop, but She's actually a talented inventor. It really is fascinating stuff. Something that caught my eye, though, is that it seems she's been working on an algorithm with... I'll write this down there. Vicky Edmonds in the Bowman building for the Silhouette software, which could prevent overheating. This, of course, was a large contributing factor in the explosion caused on the 10th of April 1987.
I think somebody may be around here. I'll let you know.
You have to believe me, Mr. Miller. If I'd known, I would never have taken his ID card that night. I needed it to finish up some work, and I'd misplaced mine. It was technically against company policy, but I didn't think he'd mind. But once the information got out there that he'd been logged where he shouldn't have been, and once the papers had their narrative established, it didn't matter. None of it mattered. No evidence anyone could have provided could have changed it.
Detective Holden, 10:42 a.m. on June 20th. I promised myself I wouldn't get involved with the politics here, but it's impossible not to let it affect you. Names, numbers, all written down, just thousands of people's futures decided by this one company. How are they allowed so much control? Anyway, I'm here to locate Alex Dubois' file. I was told it could be found in filing cabinet HG02, row 10. I can't see anything in here. Let's get a bit of light on the situation. Okay, I have the documented information. I believe I just need to compile the code on the large machine in the corner of the room, so here goes.
devastation it caused, the political unrest. People are heartbroken and angry about how it's all unfolded, rightly so in my mind. They deserve answers. Are you with me? You both believe this act can't see the light of day. This just goes to show how important the work you're doing is.
Detective Holden, 10 p.m. on June 25th. I think I've just about figured it out. The issue is that each time I copy a file onto the disk, the contents become corrupted whilst going through the data wipe gates. Meaning I have to go back and copy the files again. The location is 300. I've got my first scheduled meeting with Scarlett Carson in an hour, so if I'm going to get over to her house, I'd better leave now. I'll make a note to inquire about this Silhouette server in the hopes that I can somehow connect the missing pieces.
Alex's poor family. No, I had no involvement in their deportation. It was all Charles Bowman's doing. How he didn't think Alex would find out is beyond me. Banning people from the country, for God's sake. I just couldn't go along with it anymore. I lost a lot that night. So I can relate to what Alex was going through. Should be a disk named Silhouette. If you insert it into the server and clear the records, anyone who has private information on the IPA server will be removed. You'll be saving countless people. Harvey, we have the chance to save a lot of people. You might not get another shot at this. You only have one chance before security come and find you there.
If you compile the algorithm onto the software, there's no going back. We'll be able to erase the records and remove the private information being held on the IPA server. Is that what you want?
Detective Holden, 2:12 p.m. on June 25th. I've spent the past week trying to access the Silhouette server. I've not been able to schedule a meeting with Sarah Smith as she's away on maternity leave, so I'm left to my own devices on this one. Interesting.
Everything I've seen today, Mr. Miller, I feel as though it goes against your character to not do what you know in your heart to be right. Do you not trust me? Is that it? I have to admit, I suppose I have to admire your lack of empathy, if nothing else. conclusions. I'm not heartless. You have to believe me, I do regret what's happened. Whatever you may feel about me, don't let it affect your decision about the act. I hope your final meeting with Charles Bowman goes well. He's still in the wrong and you have a book to write. If we can stop this act, Alex can be freed. The country will gain some form of normality. You have to see that despite my unforgivable mistakes, this is still the right thing to do. Please hurry, Harvey. I must go. You only have 30 minutes. Come and see me after your meeting. I'll explain everything.
Oh, Charles. What are you doing here?
Please sit down, Scarlett.
Charles? Oh, wait. Where's... No. No, you wouldn't. What the hell have you done?
Scarlett, please, sit down.
Sit down! Do you think taking my children's going to stop me?
Stop you from doing what exactly?
Where did you take them?
This is far more important right now.
More important
We
than...
need stability. The country needs stability, and this act provides that. Work with me.
This country needs its freedom. Michael wouldn't have agreed to this. He's the one that started this act, and he did it...
Michael is dead. This country's a far different place than it was 3 years ago, Scarlett. There's rioting in the streets, for God's sake. We need tighter security now more than ever. People on our doorstep want to hurt us. I can't allow that.
That's not your decision to make. The people need to know that their government is lying to them, and you can't threaten me into silence on this.
You can't see this right now, but you don't have another choice here.
Charles?
Open the file.
Come out if you're in here.
Hello? Hello? Come out if you're in here. Am I going crazy or is someone in here?
Hello, Mr. Miller. You have a meeting with Charles Bowman on floor 3. I'm sure you know the drill by now. That'll be all.
Harvey, we've lost everything. I'm not quite sure what the plan should be now. You're in the building where they house all the information, right? Do you remember in our reports, it mentioned that Scarlett Carson was trying to steal the information on the night of the 10th of April? I mean, we could try and do the same? It's putting ourselves at a bit of a risk, but what do we have to lose at this point? We're just gonna have to copy all the files we can and sort through all the data to hopefully salvage our report that way. Maybe even use it as a bargaining chip with Charles Bowman. If we can't question Charles Bowman, you're gonna have to go to Scarlett Carson's house to get her side of the story and complete the report.
Please enter PIN. Code accepted. Access granted. floppy disks detected. No floppy disks detected. Security has been alerted and is on its way. No floppy disks detected. No floppy disks detected. No floppy disks detected. No floppy disks detected. floppy disks detected.
Girl, you're gonna need some ammo.
I can't believe that
floppy disks detected. No floppy disks detected. No floppy disks detected. No floppy disks detected.
Steve, I've had a security alert. I've paged you the location. Gotta be good at your left. I've pitched you the location.
No floppy disks detected. No floppy disks detected.
Come out if you're in here.
No floppy disks detected. No floppy disks detected. No floppy disks detected. No floppy disks detected.
I've been going through more of Alex's interview tapes. I found something quite alarming that seems to have been very quickly dismissed. He says his keycard was stolen earlier on the day of the explosion.
Well, you have done your research. I feel bad for what happened to Alex, I really do, but I can't be held responsible for every little action taken. It may have sounded like Alex was the victim, but I can assure you, I felt very threatened by his message. You heard what he said. Everything that happens next is because of me, and we all know what happened next.
Just common sense. You can't crunch the data if you can't gather it. But the act is so much bigger than that. The immigrant problem is just a small byproduct of the act. Processing data is what it's really all about. And the silhouette is how we do that. What is it you think you know? You seem to have it all figured out.
Up. I don't have much time. He's just outside smoking at the moment. Please, if you got the files, don't do it. I have a computer in my basement with a press release ready to go out with the encrypted documents. Before you get here, go to the left side of my house. I left the basement window open. All you have to do is insert the cartridge and press upload. We have to prevent this hack from passing. And you hold the key. Oh, crap, he's coming back.
Well, I don't suppose this will matter once she sold all of her shares. She doesn't seem to want anything more to do with the Union Act or the Bowman Castle facility.
What do you mean by that?
She didn't tell you. Michael left his share of the company to Scarlet. That, with her 5% share, makes her the controlling factor, doesn't it?
What exactly is it that you think I have to do with this, detective? Look, Scarlet thinks I'm a racist. She blames me for most things these days. She's far too detached from the reality of things. I don't think she's capable of something so terrible. That being said, I didn't think Alex was either, so how wrong can you be?
Ah, Mr. Miller. I didn't see you come in. We've been expecting you for quite some time.
Harvey, this is Charles Bowman, the man who seems to have taken your dossier.
Now, there's not much to go on from in here, so you must be hiding something else. If you are the journalist we believed you to be.
Harvey, did you do it?
What a curious question. I must ask. What's your decision, Mr. Miller?
Harvey, I meant what I said to you. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. If you hand that over to Charles, you'll lose everything you've been working for. Do you really want that to happen?
As you can see, Mrs. Carson and I haven't been able to agree for quite some time, and we seem to have reached stalemate. I'm afraid it's time to choose a side. I have to say, I didn't expect that from a capable journalist like yourself. Yes. Yes. Right. I see. Well, that is disappointing. No, thank you. Yes. Oh, and your children are fine. You know I'd never harm them. Carol's been looking after them all day. I can't believe you'd think that of me. Scarlet, where are you? You should be in jail for what you did. This is all your fault. My beautiful godchildren. I'm sorry things turned out this way. Nobody's thinking about Alex Dubois' family. It's worrying how easily the truth is suppressed and people just move on with their lives. Scarlet, where are you? You should be in jail for what you did. This is all your fault. Where did she take you all? If only you knew what she'd done. She must have left in a hurry.
Scarlett, you know that I'm innocent. How can you live with yourself? I came to you for guidance. I don't know how you got away with it, but I know that it was you who took my ID card. Detective Holden is confident she can help my case. It's just a matter of time now. I will make sure my name is cleared. And if or when I find the evidence that you were involved, then you can count on me taking everything from you. This is not over.
Okay, here goes.
And take your best shot. Man, this job sucks.